Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Hopefully, today's a lot better than yesterday. Yesterday was seems like a rough trading day. So, hopefully, we're not trapped in the 70-point range. Let's just give the London hours a check and see what kind of range they've been trading in. Looks like we had a pretty big move. So, maybe we'll fill in that gap of where we started selling last night. So, let's right. And we will also bring over a 1 hour chart. Let me see if I got an extra chart set up somewhere. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, no, don't really like that one. How are you doing today, Oliver? It's so hard to kind of gauge our charts when we are this so high up. I mean, really, our only place to look is somewhat down. At least we did sell down a little bit overnight, so at least we have something above us now. And these are areas that we had marked out from yesterday that we never touched. Good morning, day trader. How are you doing today? So it looks like we already ran the, I guess, the Asian lows. I guess the London market went down there and tapped that overnight. And it looks like we've already reran the London lows, which I guess we could count that as a London low. We still have the London highs that we could possibly retrace. And here's my levels for the ES, and these levels come from Adam Manzini's newsletter. So his major support is still the 23.25, kind of same as yesterday. And if you probably can go back and reverse and just see where we've been kind of drawn to that 23.25. Today, I think I'm going to stick to the levels, and also we're probably going to throw some inversion gap trades in there. Something similar to what you guys watch a Methodical Man trade. I don't think Methodical Man's going to be on today. I think I guess they're going to be somewhere where he doesn't have access to stream, so he's not going to be streaming today. Let's see. Don't really have a bias for which way the market goes today. It's really hard to tell when we're this high up at all-time highs. Kind of like yesterday. Yesterday, I think we pretty much traded like in a 45-point range. We did get up to like a 70-point total, but probably 80% yesterday was just in that 45% range. It was tough yesterday. Yesterday would have been a good day if you were good at, I want to say range trading, where you can find the top of the range and sell back to the bottom. Let's see. We have Fed Chair Powell testifying this morning. I think that's in front of Congress, if I'm not mistaken, or House. Not positive. I think that's what it is, where they ask some questions about the economy. So we'll have to just kind of wait and see how that affects the market this morning. So just keep that in mind if you are in a trade, I'm guessing in the next around the 10 o'clock hour. It's really the only news we have this morning. Then I guess you have Yellen speaking also, but I can't remember how much she affects the market. So we'll just have to see what that brings. I don't know if they are being kind of a joint meeting testifying or how that is. I guess I've never paid much attention to that. Not sure if any of you guys know or not. You're more than willing to chime in to let us know. I mean, I know Powell moves the market, but I'm not sure how it goes with Yellen involved. So I guess this is going to be like a 2-day event, because it looks like he's also doing the same thing tomorrow. I'm assuming it's just 2 days of them asking him questions about the economy. So good morning, trader. I don't know if you missed it. We have Powell and Yellen doing some kind of testimony this morning. I'm assuming they're testifying in front of Congress or House. I'm pretty sure we could probably easily look it up and find out. So just be mindful of that if you're in a trade. It would be okay. So he's testifying in front of Congress. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was Congress or House. That's why I wasn't sure. Okay. Yeah, so just kind of keep that in the back of your mind if you're in a trade around the 10 o'clock hour, that we could get some kind of whipsawy action. Hopefully today's a lot better than yesterday, trader. Hopefully we get some kind of range, or even 100 points moves ups or downs. Man, that 40 points was rough yesterday. And it was just a grind. It wasn't even like really good follow through movement. I'm gonna hope yesterday was that one bad day. You have a month. You're like, oh my God, I'm so glad this day's over with. So I hope that was yesterday. Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about earlier. I mean, kind of lucky that the overnight made a high. At least we have something that we can judge off of. So we're kind of in the middle between the lows and highs of overnight between the London and Asian. So overnight highs was up about the 750s and the lows is down at the 705. So about a 50 point trade range. And this other one is hopefully we have like one of those big gap fills where we kind of sell back into where we opened at yesterday or closed at yesterday. Oh, I bet you I know what this is. Okay, so I was trading yesterday up until 4 o'clock. Is this an hour behind? I'm not sure if my times are an hour behind because I'm in Central Time. So I don't know if this is my time or the actual 4 o'clock time. Maybe it is. $226. Yeah, I think I still have it marked out as the 25 and 23. And that's pretty much a pivot sitting at the 25.50. So I think if it becomes super rangy again today, I think I'm going to kind of revert back to using more of the failed inversion gap trades. This way, I don't have to focus so much on the levels if we do get in that kind of predicament again. So if you're from Methodical Man's Lobby, just pretty much the same type of trading that a Methodical Man usually does with the failed inversion gaps. Okay. So you're saying you're long from the Asian low, right? You have a small ES long on the test of the Asian low. Okay. Okay, so your buy order is going to be the Asian low. Is that what you're saying? Or you're in a long already from the Asian low? Guys, if you guys are just joining, just want to remind you that okay. Okay, nice. Where are we at now? Let's see. Okay, you're already in. Nice, trader. Well, hopefully we'll continue higher. Maybe we'll push up and touch that pivot up at the 40. All right, guys, we got less than 1 minute before the market opens. And we have 30 minutes until Powell speaks. Okay. That's probably the best way sometimes when you feel like you're taking riskier trades. Uh, Hopefully I didn't lose my 15-minute opening range indicator on this. It should be active. Okay, there it is. Woo. Good morning, Baldwin. How are you doing today? So that 25 to 30 range was, I guess, fairly good support yesterday because I remember taking trades off of that. Well, no, this is in the 700s. I think that was in the 600s that we were doing that in. Make sure. Yeah, that was in the 600s. So we're way up here. Still feeling tired or sleepy from working last night. I know I go to work tonight myself, but luckily it's not too late. Are you talking about the opening range? No, actually, that's a free I think that's a free indicator in Ninja's indicators. So I'm not sure if you use a Ninja or not, but usually I just click here, go down through indicators, and just go to opening range, and then just set your time. You just have to set your time to your time zone. So for a move high, I would probably have 50 range. That was the overnight high. So we're going to try to use that opening range twice today, Baldwin, also on the 15-minute and also the 1 hour. So I have two different charts with the 1 hour and the also the 15-minute. Wow, that's a pretty wild looking 2-minute candle. Isn't that crazy? We moved up 30 points on the NASDAQ or 40 points, but we only got 2 points on the ES. Usually when I see that, I always feel like we're going to sell back off. I feel like these are just traps here to get people in longs. Then we sell back off real quick. Yeah, if we move higher, trader, I feel like your 40 range is probably going to be where you'll run into some issues here. Right? Probably this area here. Unless it just goes through it really fast. We also have a level. This is kind of where the NASDAQ just tapped that 60s level. I know the NQ is just going crazy this morning. Congrats to anybody that jumped in that long. So just be reminded we're all-time highs this morning. So I'd probably stay away from the FOMO. This is how most of us get the FOMO. We see it going up like this. You just want to jump in. And unfortunately, time we jump in, it reverses on us. So here's that 40 that I was saying we should get some reaction at. If we get through the 40, we will definitely be in good hands because that's usually a pivot right there at the 40s. Okay, so I don't blame you, trader. I probably would have did the same thing because as you can see, as soon as we got to all-time highs, we reversed like 30 points, 25 points. Yeah, the 40 was spot on. That's why I was kind of wanted to bring that up to you. Not saying we couldn't get the 42, but usually these levels that this indicator that I use, they're almost spot on every time. We always get reaction off of them. You'd think I would do the trading these levels, but I still struggle with that with the ES. How many micros were you using on that trade, trader? From, what'd you say, 32? Was it 32 would have been your entry? Is that what you said, or 34? 35. Okay. So that at least would have got you 5 points, taking it to the 40. Do you do a 4 micro? So what is that, $200? Is that right? $200 for 5 points? No, 120 or 120 or $100 or something like that, right? Okay. It's been a minute since, like I've been telling you, that I've traded the ES. I think I used to use 5 micros, and I think I remember it being like $100 and something, 125 for 5 points. Then one mini would be 250. Not really sure if I want to take any trades the first 30 minutes. I almost want to wait for after Papa Powell speaks. Well, I know I haven't traded no big accounts in a while. I've been kind of stuck on these for the last week. I've been stuck on these what is it? The 90% off on Bulanox. I've been trying to build up a few more Bulanox funded accounts. So far we have 3. So hopefully we can add a few more to it. I like to get about 4 or 5. That way I'll have some extra in case we blow some. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I didn't trade anything fun. Well, I did take the 2 trades on my funded account yesterday, but I was still nervous about doing that. So maybe below the VWAP, maybe we can participate a little bit on a short and see if we can take out some of these lows. Got the, oh shoot. Let's see. 700 possibly. 700. Yeah, it's 100 points. Oh, you don't see it? Okay. Give me a minute and I'll look in Discord and see if it is in there then. Okay. So there it is in Discord. It's called Open Range Box Indicator. This one right here, if you're looking at it, Baldwin. I'm trying to see how far it's down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's the 19th one down, either 19th or 20th one down. I guess I always had the impression that was an indicator offered by Ninja. All right, so I'll start using the 15-minute opening range and looking for trades off of it also. Yeah, I would like definitely to have some better follow through than what we've had to, since yesterday. So this could have easily been a trade off the inversion trades. We do have a 2-minute gap here. Hopefully, we can get a pretty good trend today because yesterday we literally chopped between the 15-minute opening gap probably 80% of the time yesterday. And so that's kind of what was making it so hard to find good longevity moves. Whew. Well, I hope they sure do give it to us, trader. Yesterday, I feel like we were consolidating all day. But I've heard Manzini talk about how we will consolidate for weeks at a time sometimes. Looking at the ES, it still feels like we want to move up. I mean, we're both above the VWAP on both. And you said the YM, that usually is the opposite of the NASDAQ and ES, right? So if the YM is going down, that means usually the ES and NASDAQ are going up. It's just a watch. I think I've heard you say that before. I just didn't have it in me to pull the VWAP trigger here. Okay, it's usually best if all three are kind of going the same route type deal. Okay. Good morning, Candlelight. How are you doing today? No trade so far this morning. The market really has done nothing but just kind of whipsaw back and forth. I considered maybe taking some small trades off the VWAP this morning, but we didn't. We decided against it. I was trying to keep from taking a lot of unnecessary trades today, kind of like I did yesterday. I was over trading a whole bunch yesterday. That's probably the only downsides to streaming sometimes. It does make you feel like you need to trade more sometimes, though. But I think I'm gonna try to be as patient as I can and wait till we break out of this 15-minute range before I start looking for either a short or long, depending on what side we break out of. Yeah, for anybody that's joining us, Powell does speak in about 7 minutes. So just be aware of that if you are in a trade, it could easily whipsaw on you 20, 30, 40 points, depending on what Powell says or whatever way he moves. Just try to move some of these lines so it doesn't look so bunched up. I feel like it's gonna be one of those mornings where it just stays consolidation until Powell speaks. I think it's keeping a lot of people out of the market. I mean, besides the whipsaw we opened this morning, we really have not had anything to go on. And like I said, it might just be one of those days where we need to consolidate before, we get that big move later today. And we also have earnings this week. I mean, I guess I can always look those up if anybody in here trades earnings. Let's see. No. So it's just a bunch of like BS questions, Oliver. Nothing really important. The safer move here for me would be for us to push above the 15-minute in this pivot, then come back and touch it for the second entry. Those are usually your better moves whenever we have like a nice rangy day. Got a huge gap there. One minute. All right, so we're at the 10 o'clock hour. So for a really good solid move up, we need to find support at the 40s and the 60s. Damn it. Has anybody taken any trades yet? I know Trader took a small one this morning on the ES. I think Candlelight said she took, or they took a small trade. Um, Good morning, Laughter. How are you doing today? We're pretty much been stuck in a range this morning, so I'm just kind of trying to be patient and wait for us to break out of this 15-minute range. Scalp one mini this morning at the opening. Okay, you're she. I wasn't sure. Well, I wouldn't go on a script. I didn't know if maybe a guy wants to name his thing Candlelight. I mean, I wasn't sure, so none of my business. So I was just trying to be polite. I was thinking she, but I wasn't sure. Are you mainly back to just doing the NQ Laughter? Are you still jumping around to different, I guess, markets? Romantic trader at Candlelight Trading. I know I always hear from some other traders that usually, uh, wow, that's a long time, Oliver. I've only, I'm not quite at the 2 year mark yet. Yeah, it is. It's kind of similar to yesterday. Was almost the exact. I'm thinking a lot of people are scared to trade, or like the big market movers are staying out of it because Powell and Yellen is talking this morning, or testifying this morning. Trust me, it makes it tough to stream too, because it's not really a lot to talk about besides us being stuck between the 15-minute opening range. I don't know. I may participate here. Use the 15-minute opening range in this pivot as my stop loss areas. If we can get something to print below it. Uh, so we're still just kind of struggling to get through this pivot in the 15-minute opening range. Man, I was definitely feel like that was the push down that we could possibly be looking for. But no. Yes. He went to what is that called? Busch Gardens. He's on a vacation this week, Ross. He was streaming from wherever his Airbnb was at from yesterday. So I think that's why his stream might have been lagging a little bit, because their internet is probably not as good what he has at home, or maybe he wasn't hardwired. But he's only streaming 3 days this week. I think he said he's going to do Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, if I'm not mistaken. He may be in this lobby after a while. Usually he's under one of his other aliases. Like I think it's John. If you ever see John Carter in my lobby, usually that's a methodical man. So guys, we're still just kind of being patient and waiting for us to kind of break out of this area here. I mean, the ES looks like it wants to sell down. I mean, the ES is, and 32 would be our next target. Him, I'm not sure about. He may be moving. And I want to say Methodical man, or he might have said he's moving to Florida. I think he said he's doing it for medical reasons. I think he said he has like a lung issue or something. I thought I heard him say one time. Even the 15-minute candles look horrible, candlelight. I mean, they're just huge wicks. Okay, so maybe Texas is where he's going. Oh, you said, oh, Texas got hit bad by the hurricane. Oh. I'm not really sure. I didn't really look into seeing what kind of damage they got. I know it has to suck for anybody who has to go through that. We're finally getting our other house back in order. It's finally livable now after, we got hit by the tornado back in May. Wish this would print close to this 15-minute opening range, make it a little bit more simple to jump on that train instead of a huge candle. Yeah, we do get sirens, but I wasn't in town when it happened. I was in Atlanta when it happened, and my daughter had called us to, during as it was happening. But yeah, we do have sirens. But unless you have like some kind of tornado shelter or basement, I mean, you're still kind of at the mercy of the storm and trees. Luckily, the tree that went through the house, well, it didn't fall through the house, but we had huge branches penetrate through the roof. And luckily, it just went to the garage area and it didn't go inside the interior as far as the kitchen or living room or bedrooms or anything, just the garage area. But I think we had a total of like 7 holes in our roof. No, we don't have no bunker. So this is why I kind of wait to make sure we print above the 15-minute before we consider that a trade, because I've done those kind of trades before where we jumped in as it breaks and it pulls back on you. So I'm not sure if any of you guys are taking inversion trades. I mean, we did make a high. We made a fair value gap. So realistically, you could look into a short below the 40s. I don't like that one just because it kind of sells into the VWAP. For my trade, I'm waiting for us to find support either above the 60s or the 15-minute opening range. And it may just be one of those days, trader, kind of like yesterday, where it's probably just easier if we scout, because I got burned a few times looking for long trades yesterday, and I'd get in trades and they would be winners, but it'd come back and stop me out, even though if I was up 5, 10 plus points, because it didn't get to a section where I could add. So if this candle can print above here, I may look for something in this area and use the pivot as my support at the 65s. But I'm just going to go in very low risk if I do like 1 micro and attempt to add, because we're at all-time highs. So I don't know if we really have an area to shoot for. As you can see, we're at all-time highs. So you can't really look to your left and say, oh, maybe we'll go here. That's what makes it so hard to trade this high up. I think that also got me yesterday because I kept looking for bearish moves yesterday because, you know, most of your levels back down. And that's probably the smartest way to go, trader. I haven't really seen that new trailer for the Twister, Lafta. I'm always kind of eerie about some of these remake movies. They always remake from back in the day when they made good movies. I'm kind of still a fan of like 80s and 90s movies and sitcoms. I like short shows that lasts about 20 minutes. Yeah, I've never experienced anything like that before. I mean, it's kind of like tornadoes. You're just at the mercy of Mother Nature. Man, maybe it's a Powell that's keeping the market from moving. It's really hard to even sit here and try to talk about the market. I'm not gonna lie, it's tough. It's just not a lot going on. He stopped the moves. Oh goodness. We're probably just going to stick to eval counts only for the moment, at least for these first couple moves. Then, if the market starts moving, I'll try to find me a trade on my funded account. when we do finally get that move, it's going to go so fast, you're not even going to be able to get in unless you're just jumping in a breakout. I mean, the ES is starting to look a little weaker. It looks like the ES wants to push down. Trader, where did you take your 10 points a while ago? You said you took a 10-point trade? Yeah, that's what a trader was saying earlier, Lafta, about the TY. Maybe he's talking about 10 ticks then. I'm not sure, Candlelight, on that one. But that's a huge difference. Okay, so he took it from the 40s. I think I'm going to wait for us to break the VWAP on that one, Candlelight. Oh, good times.
Order filled.
Hopefully, I'm not too early to the 15-minute breakout party. Oh, this thing got so close.
Target
All
filled.
right. It's like, why nothing getting out there? All right, so we'll still look for another trade. Maybe we can get a pull down and look back and retest this 15-minute here. Most of the time on that 15-minute breakout, most of the time you'll get almost 30 points sometimes, 20 to 30 points. Let's see, the breakout was at 19. Let me get, I can't see. Sorry, I was trying to see where that 15-minute candle was listed at. So at 18. So yeah, it offered almost 30 points. Well, not quite. About 25, 28 points, I guess, on the 15-minute breakout. So now we're testing the 15 minutes. Sometimes I'll re-enter here if we can find support. And we also have that pivot just above there.
Order filled.
May jump in with one micro. Maybe we can add to it.
Order filled. Target filled.
Oh, it did us dirty. It just took out one contract. Come on. Oh, there we go. I was about to say, it's gonna do us dirty like that. All right, so we just made $150 off of the 15-minute opening break and a 15-minute retest. Or you can say pivot retest, really. It almost hit that, pretty much that pivot there at the 20s. Let's see. Yeah, we have the Asian load down at 70. So, I mean, you have a area to shoot for. You are in a short still. I think this is the London low here at the 90s, or 88 or 85s is the London low. So far, today's been pretty good. Yesterday was definitely a rough trading for my evals. I was definitely over trading yesterday, but today's starting off good. All right, so there's your Asian low. I mean, London low, and your Asian low is going to be here at the 70s. If you're still riding that short, hmm. I mean, to me, it looks like we still probably sell down. Maybe this is the nice little pullback we need. Find another entry. Maybe we can get down to the Asian lows down here. Let's see what the 15 minutes doing. Man, do we get another pivot slash 15-minute opening range bounce? But we also kind of did this yesterday too, where we did dip outside the 15-minute and then went back and consolidated within the first 15-minute candle. Still have about 20 seconds left on this candle. And I am trading off the 2-minute charts, guys. You took a long again. Woo. I'd have been nervous to take that trade, trader. Just the fact that the VWAP's at the 36. That'd scare me. Not really scare me, but I'd be I'd be nervous. Fell breakdown. All right. Well, maybe I'll wait and see if we break this pivot here. Then I mean, that's pretty much the same setups what happened yesterday as the 15-minute never did hell. We pretty much traded back in multiple times yesterday. You took the inversion on the 1 minute. I was looking for your Ross. Was that this 1 minute trade here? Feel like that's the one. Ross, I didn't know if this was the 1 minute inversion gap trade that you were talking about here. Oh, lower. This one? Wait, no. Buy-in, lower. I guess I don't see that one. Oh, okay. Whew, I think it's small. Whew. uh, if we can get above the 40s, we should go fairly quick above the 42s on your ES over here. This gap is probably on multiple time frames, but the one that I have it on is the 2 minute. So basically, just whatever you feel comfortable trading. If you are trading these inversion gap trades, so there's our 40 rejection there. So this is kind of where we got rejected a while ago. So we still have about 20 seconds left on this candle. If we can get this candle to print above this inversion gap, I may consider taking this trade with 1 micro and maybe adding to it if we can get the momentum. And the reason why I say that is because we're stuck at that 42. If we get through that 42, we will definitely, I think we'll go pretty quick.
Order filled.
Mm. And this trade right here is for anybody that's trading these inversion trades. I'm not going to probably do the thing where I have to let it print below the gap. I just don't feel like risking that much. If it comes back and stops us out, we'll just be out 1 micro. So basically, what, 10, what's that? 16, about $30, I think we'd be out if we let this trade go back and stop us out. If we get through this 42 on the ES, hopefully we should go fast. All right, so let's look like this one's going to probably stop us out here.
Stop filled.
All right. Mm. All right, so we'll remove this 2-minute gap. That one didn't offer us a victory. Trader, did you close out your position up at the 40s, 42s? Oh, you wanted the 50s. Yeah, I was hoping we would definitely get a push through the 42s on that last trade. God, I really don't want to. Man, we're back over that VWAP again. Yeah, it's that's tough, trader. I just try not to take the same trade over and over. I mean, I want to participate again, but I'm gonna try to be as patient as I can so I don't jump in too early. Oh, whew. So we're just still kind of consolidating in this area. We've been in this area for the last 15, 20 minutes. Hopefully, eventually, it'll offer us a big move. Hopefully, the markets can get kind of like on the right, both sides of the VWAP where they're not on opposite sides. Maybe below the. So the ES is pushing below the VWAP. I may consider try to like scalp it's still just kind of consolidating at it. All right. Let's see if we finally get that push up and break through the 40s here, trader. Good morning, Angel. How are you doing today? Did any of your trades finally work out yesterday? It was a pretty choppy day. Well, not all day, but for most part of the day, it was just choppy, low range. It's definitely it's tough to find entries on this stuff. I mean, it's so bad you can't even really find much to even talk about this stuff. So we're not trying to enter too aggressively. This is our funded on our Bulanox. We are up 160 on our eval. So now we're just trying to find another trade or two maybe for our funded account. So that's why we're just trying to be a little cautious. Be nice if we get a nice little sell down to the 670s. Yeah, it's so tough to trade this when we're at all time highs, because we have nothing to look to the left for besides move downs. So just be careful trading this stuff. It's pretty tough. And usually I do like the shorts off this 15-minute opening range, but what's happening is our ES is stuck at the VWAP and we constantly keep getting reaction there. So we're just nonstop bounce off of this 36 level VWAP. We get through those 700s. I mean, I would think that we would sell back down to the lows at 85. I guess maybe we can look for some scalping. Let me try a scalp. Still got about a minute left on this candle. Man. Ooh, I couldn't pull the trigger. Man. Let's see. Wow, we still couldn't push the lows. So we're just still kind of just watching the 36. Still just kind of waiting. So we got about 15 seconds left on this candle here. I was looking for an area maybe we could scalp 5 or 10 points. I feel like I'm gonna have better luck probably scalping the day I am just looking for big moves. Angel, did you ever find any other prop firm that you like or still looking into? Still looking. And we still have the Asian lows that we possibly could take out. So I mean, this is a area of that we could be looking at for either a possible reversal long or short. We got the pivot down at the 50s. I mean, I try not to be like, bearish or bullish. I try to just take what the market gives me. But, I just try to find areas of support that we possibly could run to in those directions. I mean, we've been trending down for most part of the day. I feel 85 will be your target here if you're just trying to get 5 or 10 points. That's your London low. Then if we can break through the London, I would think we at least attempt to push this Asian low. I feel like our best entry was probably back up here around this 15-minute closing range again, but it's been so choppy that it made it tough to take. So I just pretty much sit there and watch. All right, there's 85. That would have been your first target down. $67 looks like a good area to go back up. I know if we can get a nice little pullback, I mean, I might try to participate for a low down to the 70s. Where's that? Yeah, we're almost to that 32 range. So your 2-minute candle would be paying pretty good too right now. Camera's frozen. All right, give me a minute and I'll fix it. Hadn't done that in a little while. Yeah, let me fix the light settings. Actually, that's been I think that's almost been a record. I hadn't had to reset the thing for a minute there. Usually it was almost every day there for a second. It seems like every time Streamlabs or OBS does an update, you start having issues. Yeah, Angel, this is definitely one of these days that we've had to be patient. Most of our moves offered this morning were pretty much scalping moves. It seems like most everybody that talked about their trades were scalping. I think Traders said he was trying to hold up to the 5650s on the ES. Who else in here is trading the inversion gap trades? That was a trade I took earlier on my 2 minute, and we lost like $30 on it because we only entered in on one micro. We wanted to add more if we continue moving up, but we didn't move up any. Ooh, maybe this is the push to the 70s we've been looking for. Realistic, there have you had any trades today? Are you still just kind of patiently watching price action? So I think on standard pivots, they may be a pivot at the 605. I don't think these are considered. Well, this may be a standard pivot, but I don't think this is. So the other pivot is at 605 or 705. I don't know why I keep saying 705. And that's kind of where we're finding support at the 705s. I prefer my longs to be above the 15-minute, this pivot here, and maybe above the VWAP. Or either that, we need to break lows, then for move back up. And for the ES, we're still stuck at our 36 level slash VWAP level here. So just trade with caution. Trader, are you still holding your long from earlier from 35? All right, so we're starting to break that pivot again. This is kind of where we're stuck at on the NASDAQ is 705s. To me, it just has the feeling of us moving down. I mean, we've been kind of in a downward trend for most of the morning. Not liking it as much. Yeah, it's such a tough area. I mean, you know, not really much of a clue which direction we could have. I mean, usually whenever we move down, then consolidate, we continue down. I mean, that's kind of how I feel we're going to go. I like to see us take out the 70s or even maybe touch the 50s if we are going to move down. I mean, the 705 is actually, I mean, it's offering some pretty good scalping entries. So if you're just curious what this line is, this is a 705. This is probably off of a standard pivot here, the 705. So if you just go to TradingView, type in standard pivots, it should automatically put them on there for you. You don't even have to really pay for that even with live data because you're just using the levels. And I'm thinking if we can get through these 85s, hopefully we can take out the London lows down here at the 67s. I think this is the opening for the Asian market over here from overnight. Or is it here? Maybe. $75. Sorry about that. Let's see. All right, so there's your 85 London bounce, and more than likely we'll probably get those 75s here. All right, there goes your 75. And the reaction of this is coming off the 22 levels or 32 levels from the ES here. These are Adam Manzini's newsletter levels. And if we can break 32, We should go to 25 because 25 has been kind of a magnet for the ES. You can kind of go back over here and you can see we bounced around this 25 a lot yesterday, 25 to 23. And it'll probably go quick. It probably won't even give you much of a time to enter because it'll happen so quick. But just in case it doesn't, we're not going to buy the low. All right, Angel, that was your 67. That was a nice call out on the 67, Angel. It's close. So for maybe for scalping longs back above the 705s or back into the 15-minute opening range, and we saw have a pivot. So we have definitely a lot of resistance as we move back up. We can see if we can look for some inversion trades for anybody that's trading those. I know some of you guys are from Methodical Man's Lobby. That's a super small one on the 1 minute there. We got one here. And there's a tiny one there. So I guess that 1 minute probably would have paid some if you guys had taken this 1 minute here. Is there anybody in this lobby? I think I saw somebody saying Ross. Ross was the one. Which it hasn't printed on the 3 minute. Then you have a big one over here on the 3 minute range. That's still good. That one wouldn't be too bad. I mean, you kind of be out of this mess here. Is anybody out there? Oh, it's a quiet day, Lafta. This stuff has been tough to trade this morning. Woo. Candlelight, I don't think I've ever traded anything but the ES and NASDAQ. I don't think I've ever even looked at like gold, copper, oil, none of those. So that 1 minute you took, or did you end up losing on that 2 minute that we took earlier? Ross, was it that 1 or 2 minute trade from earlier? Okay. Yeah, I blew a eval in a funded account about 3 weeks ago on my trade copying. I got too aggressive. And that's only because it was on one of these. I did one of those monthlies on Apex to kind of make myself trade the funded accounts. So, but I've gone back to lifetime fees. I don't really have any monthlies at the moment. Oh no. Well, I don't think if you entered my code, I don't think I get credit for that. No, I don't. If you don't enter and you paid full price for it, because I've done that before. Yeah, but you still have to enter the code though on or Apex, whatever one you purchase. Like if you don't enter the code, they don't give us credit for it. Because I did that a while back. I forgot to enter someone's code. Because I can look at it now and I can tell you. Let's see. Yeah. Did you do that on Bulenox Candlelight? Uh, no, I guess it's not giving me the breakdown at the moment. It's John Carter, the myth, the legend. John, you ready to ride some coasters today, or are you babysitting? What's your job today, John? To sit around and look at all that good carnival food, chilling with the baby. Somebody was asking about you this morning. Let me go back up here and look. I don't know if they're still in here. Was it Ross? God, it was early this morning. Okay, yeah. Ross was asking about you. Trust me, man, you have not missed too much the last couple of days. Well, I don't know if you traded this morning the opening, but today hasn't been too much better. Except for we have moved over 50 points. Yeah, I guess we have about a 100-point move total today. Took a pre-market trade, lost 135. We lost 34 on our Bulanox funded, and we took a trade earlier on one of our new evals and made 160. And this was from 2 trades. Oh, on Ford funded. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I wish I'd have knew that candlelight because I did that same thing. I want to say last month, where I forgot to enter the code because I did it so fast. That's why I made sure I bought up quite a bit of the 90% offs. So hopefully those will start renewing soon because they're supposed to renew at 90%. It's probably too late for me to do it. I think they are because I asked John about that. He said they are. I can look real quick because usually I have to update this code. Okay, until midnight. Just go and throw a buy order out there. I mean, John may know. I'm not sure because I think if you forget to put the code in there, it doesn't give anybody credit but Bulanox. they take the whole thing. I actually wouldn't mind taking a short, Daniel. The only thing that kind of scares me off is that we've been stuck at this 32 here. Man, it was like this yesterday. it was a tough market. I mean, you can't even really discuss or even talk about it. Okay, another candle grinding down. And the only thing below that I could possibly see us going to is this pivot down here at the 50s. So, I mean, a possible destination here. I mean, if you want, I can throw one micro on and see if I can put my sell order down at the 50s and see if we reach it. All right, let's see what happens. Trying to make it where I don't risk very much. We got the 85 here, so maybe we can use that. Nope. John's, are you riding any rides today, or are you just pretty much on babysitting duty? How much does it cost to for entry for 8 or 9 people? I've never been to Busch Gardens. We're still pretty much in a downward trend. So this is why I kind of feel like maybe we reached the 50s to kind of maybe bounce off this pivot here at 2650s. Bring up the ES here. So as you can see, the ES is still struggling to get through the 32s here. Did anybody take this short on this grind down? Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one, Daniel. It's tough. It's like we've moved a lot, but there's been like no setups. It's just been grinding. It's almost like you got to jump in and just grab your bootstraps. Hold on. Not a pain freak. All right. Let me check that 1 hour. Let's see. So possible destination if you're using the 1 hour opening gap, so about 95 would, possible be your area for a little type of reversal here. Actually beat about 94. I was trying to add that 1 hour in here today, methodical man. So this line here is the close of the 1 hour. It's similar to the 15-minute opening range, where sometimes you'll get the bounce off of that 1 hour close. Almost want to try it. Well, a little too late. Almost wanted to try it. So basically, you would have tried to buy in around here, then put your stop loss there. Trader, this may be that failed breakout for the third time. What do you think? So if this move repeats itself, like, we bounced off the 32, hit the 42, sold back off to the 32, same thing here. So this could be a repeat trade from earlier. You're already taking it. Okay. Hey, third time's the charm. Maybe that's what we need to get to that 50. if we can get above the 705s, I may join you. Get above this standard pivot 705 here. We're also getting above the pivot on the ES, not the pivot, but the VWAP there. Ooh. Just trying to enter with a little bit more cautious, just the fact that we're on our funded account. So even if we lose the trade, we're trying to keep from risking as much. Man, it put the brakes on at the VWAP there at the 36, 37s. Man, I can't believe we're already heading into the 12 o'clock hour. At least maybe get us a move. I'm just read 34 bucks. We're looking for a trade above the 705s here. Possible destination right to the 20s, maybe. It's been a tough market to trade today, Laura. It's been so choppy. Sounds good, Candlelight. You have a good day too. Yeah, that would be nice. Thanks for hanging out and chatting this morning. Hopefully they give your money back. Still just kind of waiting for us to get through this 605 or 705. I don't know why I keep wanting to say 7 or 605. Hopefully it doesn't go too fast where it just doesn't offer us an entry to us. I mean, this ES feels like it wants to keep going. I feel like the ES will possibly want to touch the 42s again. I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just, it's crazy today. I'm going to try to participate with you, trader. I just got to find a good area to join. If I wasn't on my funded account, I'd probably would have went ahead and entered a little earlier. But since we're on funded, we're trying to make sure we get the best possible entry as possible without risking a whole bunch. So this level that we're at right here is the 1 hour close candle at the 94s. This is where we just bounced off of here. That is something else that I have been looking at lately. Something Methodical Man had been telling me about. Oh. And at the 705, 704, this is a pivot here on standard pivots. Man. So if you're just joining us this morning, we took 2 trades on this eval. We're up just 160. So we put it away today, and now we're just trying to find us a trade or two on our funded account, which we did. We're down $34 on it. So we're still just kind of looking for one more move to join in. Excuse me. So we did finally print above the VWAP over here on the ES here at the 37s. So, I mean, looks like it's positivity that we could be moving back up to the 40s. This has kind of been a destination from earlier. I may try to participate up here above the 705s and maybe get a move up to the 720s. Just hopefully it doesn't go so fast that it doesn't really offer your entry. All right. Got about 30 seconds left on this candle here. Woo, trader, I don't know if I could have entered that trade 3 times in a row. Man, that'd have been tough. All right, 10 seconds. Maybe we can get this candle to finally print above. There we go. All right, we'll participate with 1 micro and we'll try to add to it if we can. Since we're pretty much at that level, so we're only risking 7 handles, which comes out to about $14 at the moment. Don't really feel that confidence about the trade. It's just the fact that we've been struggling to move through the 705s. All right, so it looks like it's going to come back and get us. I didn't really give it much room to go. I mean, to come back, just being a riskier trade there. And hopefully we went 1 candle too early. So a lot of my trades, I won't enter in heavy unless I feel super confident. But on some of these more riskier trades, I will try with 1 micro to jump in. Man. Whew, this is tough. I mean, I feel like we want to at least touch the red line at the bottom of the 15-minute opening range there. Trader, haven't you at least got $100 out of every trade though that you've taken off 35? Man, it's almost like I just want to jump in and just go heavy and just try to scout 5 or 10 points. Just don't want to jinx it. Yeah, we're still trying to be as patient as we can so we can go in heavy on our trade. It's like I like the short here, but I don't like the fact that the ES is holding up at the 36s, 37s. YM's going to the moon. Well, man, I sure do hope the ES and the NASDAQ can follow. Yeah, I'm not even sure how long his speech lasts, but the movement has not been great. They really haven't even been a lot of setups for even inversion trades today, Ross. I've been just trying to trade levels like off the pivots and off of the 15-minute time frame and the 1 hour time frame. Whenever it's grindy like this, it's hard to find those inversion trades. There are not as many of them. Man, is this finally the move up that we've been patiently waiting on? Goodness. All right, so we're testing the pivot at the 705s again. Yeah, today you better get your profit, then put that account away and maybe switch to a different account, kind of rotate between accounts so all your accounts don't take hits. I like to find one more profitable trade for this funded account here. That's what I'm hoping for. But they really haven't really been any breakouts either. Everything's just been less than 5-10 candle moves, except for a few candles here and there. And that was from earlier this morning. I took this trade a while ago, trying to get up to at least this 15 minutes. But we still got about 10 seconds left on this candle. This time I'll make sure it can hold, I guess, instead of just jumping in. All right, we're going to use this pivot as our support here. If we don't get no kind of breakout, I probably won't add to it just because I really don't want to sit through a trade where I'm adding to it just because of how grindy it is.
Order filled.
I hate that we're at that 40, so we're probably going to get some kind of reversal. I'm just looking for 16 for a price target. Mm. Ooh, I had to add right at the top, didn't I? All right, come on. Let's just touch the 16 and get out of this trade. We're at that pivot. That's kind of where we're getting reaction at, is that's what's going on. We're stuck at the 40s. I didn't realize how close we were to the 40s. If we can't make it through the 40s, I may just kill my trade because I don't want to get stuck in a huge reversal. I just go over here and add contracts and hit the buy button again on top of it. Which is not looking too promising. I mean, hopefully that's just a pullback, then we can move higher. I'd hate to see us move below this right here. This would be probably the cut zone here. I'm hoping 42. At least we can get that 42 push on the ES, and that should get me to my target. But what it is, we're struggling to get through that pivot on the ES. It's almost like I want to kill the trade, but I know as soon as I kill it, it's going to hit my target.
Target.
All right. So that put us $42 back in the green. We did make $100, but the problem is we were down 50, so we only ended up with 42. We may look for another entry. So what I do, Angel, is I put my buy order contract, just buy 1 micro, and then after I buy it, I will just go over here and push order again to the amount of tickets that I want and hit the buy button again, and it'll just add it to them automatically. Or I can also just space them out if I prefer to do it that way. So let's just say if I want just, I can also just do it in the spacing order where I can just buy here, sell here, sell here to sell my contracts off. I've done it multiple different ways before. Sometimes I'll wait to the price action gets to a certain spot before I'll add. But if I feel like we're going to break out, which I thought we were going to break out faster here, but it just died as soon as I added. Yeah, it's been tough today, Oliver. The price action has been hard. Did you take any trades today? Okay, well at least you get to finish the day in a green day with this price action. That's a plus. I'm trying to be as cautious as I can today. I only stay on because I'm streaming. That's my only purpose. We'll probably stay on a stream. Either I'll take a break, then come back for power hour, or I'll just stay on till probably 2 or 3 o'clock Eastern time. So what I do sometimes is I'll cycle through my different accounts, and this way we're not trading the same account over and over. So our one eval we're up 160 on today. Like I've only traded 2 different accounts today, and that's one eval and this one funded. But unfortunately, we lost $50. So starting out this morning. I think Powell has already speaked, Angel. He did his testimony this morning. I don't know if it's still going on, but I guess he does it for the next 2 days. So I didn't know if maybe that's the reason why the market was just, so grindy today. I mean, it's been moving, but it's just all been little bitty candles. Are you still waiting to hit that 67 or did you get in like right at the 70s? All right, so we did get above that pivot on the 40s. Maybe above the 42s, trader, we go to the moon. So I may participate in another long. I've just got to wait to see what happens at this area here. If you kind of look to the left, this is the area we've already bounced off 2 times already. It's been pretty much the same move over and over this morning. What's the next level up after that, trader? Do you have it marked out? I don't have mine marked. Yeah, I mean that'll be 3 straight trades, 5650s. Man, so far all day has been nothing but a level grind. This 705 is a standard pivot. What's in a few minutes? Is there some kind of a bond note or something coming out? Or earnings or something? That's tomorrow. No trades today, Daniel. You just pretty much have been watching crappy price action. Oh, in with a few minis. Okay, got it. Okay, I get it now. Yeah, this is the same kind of crap we dealt with all day yesterday. It made it so hard to find entries, and whenever you did find entries, you had to sit through like clenching, like, oh my god, is this thing even gonna make it to my entry level art? That's the way that my last trade was on my funded account, but it was minis, but I was in for 10 points, 10 micros. So I was in for mini on that last trade, so it had me sweating a little bit. I thought we'd at least touch the bottom of that 15-minute range. I'm just glad we did. It was tough to sit through. And even then, the very next candle was a quick sell off 20 points. Oh. It may just be another day where we trade till, say, 1 o'clock, then just come back for the last hour or two and trade. This is the kind of price action I expected last week during the holiday week, but man, this is so much worse. Oh man. Yeah, there's nothing worse when you're thinking you're taking that good trade on your funded account and you look over, it's on either a sim or a freaking uh, eval. I've done that quite a few times. It's even worse when you're on a sim account and you didn't realize that you forgot to put it on the account that you're trading that morning, and it's on the sim. I've probably done that at least, I don't know, quite a few times when I first started trading. Or it even happens to me when I'm copy trading. I think I'm copy trading, and then it didn't select the account I wanted to select. Then I only get one account to the good trade. Oh, so we're still just kind of basing off that 40 area, which this is a pivot here. Or I have to look. Maybe I'm pretty sure this R1, or there's some kind of level to do with it back here somewhere. If we can find support at this 705, I may look see if we can, take the move back down, since we've been kind of the same kind of move that we've already had on the ES, where we touch the 42, then we start selling back off. But I kind of like to see us maybe print a candle below the 705s and a candle print below the 740, the 640s over there, and just use that 705 as my support,
Order filled.
as my stop loss. This way we're not risking much. We're only risking $10 so far on this trade unless we decide to add to it. So that bounce there is at the hour close. So we would have to get through the 95s. So that's why I didn't add to our position. Is if you look at the 1 hour chart, that's our 1 hour close candle there at the 95s. And I have it marked out on another chart above me. This area here is pretty much the same thing as your 15-minute candle opening. This is the 1 hour. We're going to lower our risk some, just down to about $8. So we're just going to use our 2-minute candle strategy, where we follow it down with the 2-minute candles. So it looks like it's probably going to come back and get us. I don't really feel like risking anymore because we're having a hard time getting through this area here. The ES is pushing the 40s again, so it looks like the ES is breaking the 40s. And that's another pivot there. And the ES is starting to look strong again. I don't know. I feel like the ES wants to push back up again. That's what it looks like to me. Luckily, we're not in this trade, but $8. So that's pretty much our loss if we do take a trade. I mean, if you'd have took this trade at the pivot, you probably could at least got your 5 to 10 points if you're scalping. But I was looking for a lot more. All right, so that's probably going to do it for this one. All right, so let's see if this pivot here is going to hold for us at the 705s. Looks like we were probably going to end up being one candle too early. That's the way it goes sometimes. Then if that's the case, we may just use the 1 hour break. As you can see, that's probably 34 or 94, 95 area here. And what this is, if you use the 1 hour opening range, you pretty much can play it the same way you do the 15-minute opening range. We were kind of looking for the big move down. If we follow the same type pattern as we followed earlier, we should sell back down to the 32s. Man, it's like, don't want to jump in this crap now. We're just now at the 34s.
Order
All right,
filled.
we'll give it a whirl. Shit. I didn't mean to jump in this shit with this many contracts. Son of a. Ah, damn it. I thought I only had one on. Yeah, I meant to go in with one freaking micro, but I accidentally hit 5, and we're still not busting through this 1 hour here. So I may kill this trade earlier if it doesn't go, because I don't want to. Oh, shit. That thing just barely missed us. Got about 30 seconds still left on this one candle. All right, it feels like we may get a push here. I'm still not confident in this trade moving down. It's just that we cannot break this 34 range. Ugh.
Target.
All right. Whew, I wasn't sure about that one, guys. That one had me a little nervous. We played that off that 1 hour thing, but I was nervous. I was nervous on that one, Lafta. The reason why I was nervous because I did not mean to enter that with 5 micros. I tried to enter it with 1 to see if we were going to get the movement down and maybe add to it. I did not want to go in with 5 micros, so that one had me a little nervous. This was the move we were actually looking for earlier. This was that last short that we were trying to look to take down to the 75s. But like it goes most of the time, sometimes you just entered early. So this is the 1 hour close. So you can use this 1 hour close candle as a type of support level too, the same as their 15 minutes. And you still got about 15 or 6 more minutes for this 15-minute candle to print, and you can see if this area is going to hold. I'm not going to lie, today is a hard day to hold trades just because how grindy the moves are. So it's like every trade you get in, you have to just either sit through drawdown or just a grindy move down. It's not even a good follow through. So it's like hard to jump in on those momentum trades. All right, so we're about to get that 75 touch, possibly. That's the area I wish I had the cojones to hold to, that 75. Well, you probably took profit trader if you got in at the 35s. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You probably should make money. I mean, it's been the same move three times in a row. I mean, what? Well, we didn't quite hit the 42, but we were at it. I know. I kind of feel like, do we go back down to the 32s? Do we got 5 handles of sell down here? Because we do have a pivot down at the 50s for a possible entry or a possible sell point. Man, do we find support at 75? Maybe a trade down. If the ES follows the pursuit has what we've been trading all morning, does the ES have it in it to get back down to the 32s? Yeah, that wouldn't be bad either. Maybe we can look for a buy order down there for the move back up. Yeah, most definitely a Roman. Let me put my one micro on just in case I plan on participating. I feel like we go.
Order filled.
Let's see. Damn it. I wanted to get in earlier. We'll see if we can get 10 points. We're not going to add to this position. I wanted to get in. I was hoping it wouldn't go that fast and we could get in around the 70, 75s. But time I hit the enter button, we were already at the 64s. Man, that thing came all the way back above our. Sounds good, trader. Mm, this one's probably going to stop us out. It looks like the ES kind of wants to push back up off the pivot here. Nice, Lafta up $800. Man. See if we can finally get this move.
Order filled.
Oh, come on. We're at that freaking pivot again. Damn it. There we go. It's pushing a pivot now. It should get us out of there.
Target filled.
All right. You been trading the YM all day, Lafta? All right, so there's that next level down. Kind of had me worried there a little bit, but we're about to hit it. Let's see. Next possible level down would be your 610s. May go quick depending on the ES because the ES just broke through the VWAP and we've been bouncing off that 32 all day. So we still got about 3 points of ES if we make it to the 32. Thank you, day trader. We're just trying to trade levels at this moment just because how choppy it's been. I would much rather have like those big trades where, we're looking for 20, 30, 40 points, but it's been so choppy. So it's been really hard for me to hold trades. I'm like on edge every time I join a trade. Man, go Lafta. What did you do? Jump in the short? So this is an area that Rodman was talking about too. He was possibly looking for a long off of the 48s, 50s. What did you go along on your evals, Baldwin? Mm. That kind of felt like my situation yesterday. I just I don't know. It seems like once I started taking some bad trades yesterday, I just could not get back in the rhythm and find something. So you took most of your trades on crude oil? Is that what you're saying, Lafta? Yeah, it's been we just had to be really patient today, John. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's been tough to find entries. I've been trying to be more patient with this account. This is our Bulanox funded account. Um, I finally have started trading it after sitting on it for about a month. So we are up 168. So be my first day really trading this. Oh, I'm sorry. 128. We're up 168 on our eval. I'm sorry. Looked at the wrong one. I guess if I take any more trades today, man, Laughter, your charts have to look busy. How many screens are you trading on to watch all that? You're watching the YM, the ES, the NASDAQ, plus crude oil and gasoline. My goodness. John, how much does it cost to get in? What is that place called again that you're at? Busch Gardens. How much does it cost for a family of 8 or 9 to get into Busch Gardens? Yeah, Baldwin, I haven't done that update. It tells me constantly, and I don't install it because someone said they had issues with it one day, so I haven't installed it yet. Whew. Let's see. Sounds like a mortgage payment. Yeah, pretty much a mortgage payment there, John Carter. Rodman, did you take this trade back up? Roman, did you take it back off the 68s, 53s like you were planning on? This was an area that Rodman called out earlier that he was looking for a trade to move back up. Caffeinated. Oh, there's a 2 minute excuse me, there's a 2 minute gap there. It's probably one on the 1 minute too. No, too many on the 1 minute. 3 minute, no. Yeah, I just looked. The 1 minute has multiple gaps in it, John. See, the 1 minute has multiple gaps. So that's why we went to the 2 minute. Yeah, I was drawing it out. I didn't know how many people from your lobby trades that. So I know some people probably trade that inversion gap. So this is on the 2 minute here. The ES is actually below support. Well, it's kind of tapping it. The support for ES is at the 36, 37s. It's bumping into it. So I feel like a cowgirl right now. What? We still got about 50 seconds left on this candle, so we may participate with a long, just with one micro to get an entry. Uh, all right, we got about 10 seconds left on this 2 minute candle. At least maybe 10 points.
Order filled. Order filled.
The only thing is, we're at that 40 range on the ES. Pucker up, it'll go. Hey, it's easy to say that when you're standing in the middle of Busch Gardens there, John Carter. Dang it. I wasn't even looking for that many points. We're just kind of scalping. It's not looking too promising. Come on. Oh, it's got to go. It's going to go. No, don't pull back. Nah. Come on. It's going to tease us like this. Well, man, we're going to end up giving our profits back for the day. Oh, goodness. Hopefully this is just a fake out. All right, come on. We're back to break even. Give it a little blow action over there, John Carter. Say go, 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 go. Yeah, I know the ES is flirting with a breakout. As long as we stay above that 40, I think we're good. Oh, it's just flirting with my target. Damn it. I don't like that. That's usually a downward candle. Mm-mm-mm. It's kind of hard to stay in this trade.
Target filled.
Ah, thank goodness. That's a good candle? Okay. I was thinking that was the one candle you get before it sells back down. Okay. I see what you're saying. That was the red hammer candle. Nice. The hammer. That's okay. I don't really want to risk too many more of my profits. We're on a funded account right now, so we're going to be probably happy with our 170 win today and probably switch back over to our eval. Trader, here's that damn breakout that you've been waiting on all day. I mean, like all day. So that was probably get another 25 points. If I wasn't on my funded account, I probably would. But I'm going to be happy with my 167 funded win today. Oh no, I didn't YOLO in. We added 4 micros to the trade. Well, I thought we would at least hit this target here because this is our next support level up around the 70s, right where that freaking hammer candle printed before it exploded up. What, 15 points? This is the 1 hour close here. So I didn't know if we would get a bounce here. This is the 15-minute close. No, it's not. What is this? This is a standard pivot at the 705s. This is your 15-minute close up here at the pivot. All right, so this was the Asian close. This they're in the 70s here. So we've had a lot of support at this level most of the day. We're also finding support at that 42. And so if 42 can hold, we got 50 up next. No, methodical man's at Busch Gardens today with the family. It's like an amusement park. I'm guessing it's like a Six Flags. I'm guessing. I've never been there. It's better than Six Flags. Okay. Six Flags is probably the only amusement park I've ever really been to. I haven't been to any others. Oh. Besides, what is that called? We have a smaller amusement park. What is that called? It's in Branson, Missouri. I can't think of the name of it at the moment. I think it's similar to like a Dollywood or something out of Tennessee. I don't know about the banging parts. Like we gotta hit that consolidation period. So yeah, I think John's been he's done a few of those little deep sea fishings before Daniel. Yeah, I think I remember you guys doing like a deep sea fishing thing last year. Or maybe that was earlier this year. So far, guys, we are green on both of our funded and eval. So we're up 168 on our funded account today, or 167.50, and we are also up 158 on our eval. So we're probably not going to trade anymore on that funded account, but we can look for a few more trades on the eval here. We got a little profit we can throw around. Daniel, do you live next to the waters or next to the ocean? Okay, nice. Man, Laughter's on fire today. I don't know, Laughter. Anytime I think, man, I can't stop today, and next thing I knew, I done lost my profits. Hey, those are micros. Those are pay. When you mean off, that means it's something going on with it, Roman, or do you turn it off? Oh man. Oh man. Has anybody else had any issues with Apex today? I know some folks were having some issues with it disconnecting yesterday. Hmm. Usually TraderVate, usually you don't have hear too many people having issues with TraderVate. Would maybe consider a short off this area, but we're kind of pushing excuse me. We're kind of pushing back into a pivot at this 40s. Okay, Trader said he had issues with it this morning during the London session. All right, so we got that pivot we're pushing into. We finally broke that 40s. What is that? You could possibly 10 points down to the pivot. Dang it.
Order filled.
We may risk a 1 micro to see if we can take a trade down to that next pivot here. We won't risk a lot, maybe $10, $15. A lot of times this will go from levels to levels, so that's the purpose. We hit that 32, so I may just close this out since we hit the 32 and just take what profit we got. Kind of making a pretty hard bounce off of that 32 there on the ES. I didn't notice that until the last moment, so I figure I just take my 15 handles and get out. If you're willing to hold, more likely you may get down there. The ES is pulling back. It's just you got to. The only reason why is because we done bounced off this 32 3 times this morning, almost 4. No, if you think about it, all the way back to yesterday or this morning, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 times. All right, so we just printed another candle below, so we may get that 32 touch again. Then what we'll do on our next level down is we'll wait for to see if we're going to break that 32, because if we break the 32, 25, 23 will be our next level down. Yeah, it's starting to definitely look weak, John. We're sitting at that 32 level on the ES there. I mean, we've been in this same type movement all day where we bounced off the 32s back up to the 42s. We've been in a 10, basically almost a 10-point range for most of the day. Man, that'd be almost the same exact trade from earlier. I think it really all depends what's going to happen with the ES. If 32 can hold, yes. If 30 we lose 32, but it could be a false breakout. You know, where you break out or sell below 32, then go back up to the highs. All right, there's that pivot touch almost. Actually, I don't think it's a pivot. I need to look at my thing and see what S1 means. Are you talking about for the 1 hour? I have the 1 hour close here. Let's see. From this chart here. This right here would be the 1 hour close chart. So the 97s. I mean, it would have worked here too. We had a a bounce on the 15-minute candle back up to the initial close, then that's where we got the sell off at. So it worked again today. If anybody wants to use that 1 hour range. Yeah, I actually put it on the chart. It's right here. Then here's your 15 minutes up here in the red. Then I don't have standard pivots. I think I heard someone saying 705 was a standard pivot. So that's what the 705 was from earlier. Oh, goodness. Hello, Chip. How are you doing today? Are you looking for a move down to like maybe the 25s or something, Chip? If 34 holds? Hello, Pine Tree. What is MFF Pine Tree? Okay, my funded futures. Okay. Nice, Chip. Nice short. Man, you would think after how many times we hit that 42 today that all of us would have got short. That thing bounced off there like 3 awesome times. I know a trader, he kept taking his trades off the 35s up to the 42s. What is your what are you looking for us to sell to? If we can get through these 32s, we should go to the 25s. So we're just going to be patient and wait for another trade setup. We've already taken probably 5 or 6 trades today. We've taken quite a bit. So as long as your pivot holds or the 36 holds, you should be good. Okay, just no target, just stop loss. You may get a little bit of VWAP bounce here at the 37s. Sounds good, day trading. Have a good evening. Yeah, I'm thinking about taking a break in a minute and come back and trade the power hour. Just gonna kind of be patient, just kind of wait and see what happens with this move here. Yeah, probably in a little bit. No, I'm not rich. Maybe life rich. I don't have to work a normal job, I guess. So I pretty much have been wanting to learn how to trade to make a living doing this along with YouTube. I have a rental property and work part time, so that's pretty much, I guess, where my income's from. Plus, my wife works too. It probably took me about a year, Daniel, to get myself in a position where I didn't have to go to work every day. Like I had to get my vehicles paid off, all my debts. We have a second house that's paid off, and so we use the profit from there to pretty much pay the mortgage in the house we live in here. Except for the last few months, because which I'm pretty, I know I've mentioned it a few times, but our other house got hit by a tornado back in May, and so it's just now livable. So it took us about a month to get it ready. All right, so we're pushing back up to the VWAP here. So if the VWAP holds, we should get a move back down. Let's see where we're at on the ES. We're at a pivot on the NASDAQ here. And we also have a 2-minute inversion trade for anybody that wants to trade the failed inversions. Dude, laughter's on fire today. Laughter, you done made so much profit today, you can probably put your account away for the rest of the week. Is that on your 100K account or your 150 account? Maybe if we find support at this pivot, maybe we can maybe look for a short back down to the 610s. You would need the 37s to hold on the ES, which is kind of starting to look weak up here. Okay, so you're back on your 50Ks. Okay. So we're having a little bit issues getting through that pivot at the 50s. Is that right? 50s, yeah, right at the 50, 51s, 52s. I can't really see where exactly where it's at. About 51s, it looks like. I just don't want to try to jump in too soon because sometimes we do like to fill in these gaps before we move back down. You know, we could still break this gap, but usually it likes to fill these in to retrace those. Nice laughter. Woo. Goodness, I cannot stop yawning. So we may consider a trade at the pivot here, but we just want to make sure we don't run this 2-minute inversion gap or this 2-minute fair value gap. Or if we can break the 2-minute gap, we may look for a trade for a move back up. The only thing about this one, your stop loss is going to have to be a pretty big stop loss if you go in heavy. You're looking at almost a 20, or not 20, but at least 17-point stop loss. So it makes that a difficult trade. So you would have to hope that we can make it up to a 90 to just kind of be for a 1-for-1 on your win to loss. I mean, ratio wise. Goodness. All right, we're slowly grinding back up. The ES is also like it's rounding back off too. We kind of just tapped the VWAP here at the 37s. Ooh, maybe it goes too quick. Not offers an entry off this pivot. See where we could go. Possibly get the 34s. Not really sure if we can make it all the way back down to the 610s. The ES would have to sell through the 32s for that to happen. We may participate just for 1 micro to see if we can take it down. It just doesn't look like that's very much like volume to get us back down. For a long here, I'm probably gonna look for a long for a close above the fair value gap here. And for my short, as long as we can stay below this pivot and the ES looks like it can finally get moving down, we possibly could use this as our stop loss here. Let me check the other charts that we have. Let's see. Sorry, I was looking for one of my other charts. What's that? 4 hours? Still has that feeling like we want to sell down. I have another chart set up with the 1 hour and I can't find it. Oh well. All right, so we're getting a new 15-minute candle, and it's also kind of just sitting at the pivot. It doesn't. Is anybody participating in any of these trades? Or are we just watching price action? I mean, I know there's not really a lot to go on with price action. I think Chip has been. I'm not sure. Chip, are you still holding your ES short? Or was that Pine? No, that was Chip that was holding that. All right. Oh, sweet. Nice, Daniel. I'm glad you were able to finally find you a move somewhere. Man, the ES looks like it just wants to go. Oh man, that's borderline Walmart trade there, Daniel. Had a bearish engulfing on the ES. I feel like I'm gonna be too late for this pullback here. Hmm. Still short. Yeah, I'm trying to find a good entry without risking a lot. I would like to get my entry around this pivot area here. I mean, it's offered some nice little scalps if you're looking to try to scalp 5 to 10 points off of this pivot. The only thing that worries me about getting long above this pivot here is we have this 2-minute fair value gap that I know a lot of times we either want to fill in or we're going to break out above. Whatever trade I take, we're just going to be going in very light risk, like 1 micro risk. Want to see 27s. Yeah, we had a lot of action down there yesterday on the ES at those 25s to 23 area. We got a pivot on the ES sitting up at the 25s right now. All right, here comes the ES. It's going to probably try to make another VWAP push. Chip, what kind of contracts are you trading? Are you trading the micros or minis? No. There's not a minimum profit for Apex. The only thing you have to minimize is if you're on a funded account, you only can do like either 30 or 40% of the amount that you can make, depending on the size of your account. Just so, for instance, think 1,500. Let's say 1,500 times. Oh. So if you were trading like a 25K, the most you can make is 450 a day. Which I don't think those rules don't apply with your evals. Evals you can make whatever you want to make. So I really want to participate for a long above this fair value gap here. I just don't like the fact that we have a 20-point stop loss. So just consider that if any of you guys do take these trades. This is something similar to if you're trading in Methodical Man's lobby. Because, I mean, we broke structure, made a new low. Hey, Fred, how are you doing today? Yeah, I was telling there was no minimum. I think there's just that maximum profit that you can make on your funded accounts. It's been a pretty good day of trading so far today. Most of our trades have been winners. I think we've taken like a couple small little losers earlier, but we only lost a total of $50. But we were able to recoup all that and some. So now we're kind of back on our eval. I think we were up almost 170 on our funded account today. And this is my P&L for this eval here. We're up 185. So usually I would like to kind of take these longs off of these. Yesterday we weren't so disciplined. Yesterday we lost like my other account. We were down a few $100s yesterday on one of our Bewley evals. I want to say yesterday was probably one of my toughest trading days that I've had. It's like that once a month trading day you have. Like, it's like, oh my God, can I even go back tomorrow? It was rough. I'm hoping that's all I'll have for the month. It seems like I always have at least one of those. So basically, how it happened is, I'll enter on the one micro, but as soon as I add, it didn't have the volume to push up any higher. So if I did take this trade off the pivot at the top of this gap where I would be looking to take some of my profit just in case we can't push through it. Yeah, those grind days are tough, man. It was super tough yesterday. I'm glad we finally started moving a little bit today. I was like, God, I hope it's not another day like yesterday. It was so rough. So, like I was saying, if you did take a long off this pivot, I would at least try to take maybe some of my profit before we got to this because we could run into some resistance. No, yesterday my losses came to is most of the time I would get into good trades with one micro and I would let it come back and stop me out because I wasn't adding to it because I didn't feel comfortable adding to it. Then it seems like when I finally did add to it, it'll reverse on me. Then yesterday, I accidentally closed one of my best trades out. So I was in a trade. I had like 5 or 10 micros in it. And I was trying to bring back over my ES chart. And I didn't realize that my arrow for the mouse was on the close button. And when I clicked it, it closed me out of my trade. So we had to find another entry yesterday to try to get some of that back, and we didn't do as well. We didn't make very much on that second one. And that was actually on my funded account when that happened. Lately, we've been just trying the trading a lot of the Bulanox since they have 90% off. So we've been just trying to build up our Bully accounts. So I'm still trying to get up to at least 4 or 5 funded accounts. We got 3 funded accounts right now at Bulanox. Just the other 2, I just haven't paid the activation fee yet. So I like to have about 4 or 5 and then just try to trade them pretty consistently. And, that way if I blow one, I still have one in the back pocket or 2. Yeah, I haven't been doing that much as lately because I have done that in the past where I will put limit orders down low where I think maybe it goes. But I haven't done that for a little bit. That was the one I remember, Trader G. That was the memory I was saying I blew one of my funded accounts. It was back in June. Remember I blew 2 accounts on that Friday when copy trading? That was part of that one. Remember I said I was going to trade it aggressively because it was an $85 renewal fee. That was that one on Apex. That was back in mid-June sometime when that happened. And we still have 2 Apex funded accounts. We just haven't been trading them because they're lifetime fees, and it's been cheaper just to buy the Bulanox evals for $15 and work on those. Unless Apex, adds a 90%, then I'll go back to them. But they're on lifetime fees, so I don't have to really stress about trading them. So usually I go between the 2 back and forth. Usually whoever offers the best deals and just try to build up my funded accounts. Because right now we have 5 total. We got 2 with Apex and 3 with Bulanox. Except the other 2 with Bulanox, I haven't paid the activation fee. And not really sure if I'll do both of them or let one of them renew. Not really sure. Just because it can get kind of pricey when you start paying for a lot of funded accounts. Unless you're consistently getting payouts to pay for those. Yeah, I considered adding the 150 too because I thought that was actually a good deal for $40, and I like the ratio that they have. I like that you can lose 5,000 or 4,500 to 9,000, so it's like a 50 to 50 ratio. No, I mean you're pretty much gambling whenever you're trying to do that, trying to finish that in one day. So this is why I was saying if you did take you a trade off that pivot here, this is why I would try to probably took some of my profit before we got to the top of this gap up here. And this is the reason why I did not want to even take a short off of that pivot, because most of the time the market will fill in this gap here before it sells back off. For the ES, if the ES can break this 32s, I mean, I definitely see us touching the 25s. Unless it just goes so quick that it don't give you an entry, what it looks like it's going to do. Still got about 50 seconds. I really don't want to just jump in. But we may jump in with 1 micro. I like to see a printed candle and tap that pivot. But I think I'm going to wait because I don't want this to be a fake breakout below the 32s. And we're probably only going to start out with 1 micro. Then if it looks like it's going to continue, we'll add. So that's kind of where you got to be careful sometimes whenever we break those levels. It'll go fairly quick, but you almost need to wait for a printed candle below the 32s. Oh, are they doing away with the 1-day passes? I guess I haven't seen that. Trader says that I've heard that too. That specials. Hmm. Yeah. See, I don't follow either one of their Discords or Facebook accounts. All right. Let's see if we can finally get a move down. Oh, laughter. All right. So if this pivot can hold up and that 32 can hold up, we may try to look for a short moving down. But we'll have to see what's going to happen. Ooh, that was a fake breakout below the 32s. Ooh, we may participate for the move back up then. Let's see. We'll jump in. We'll give it a whirl. Ah. So we'll risk $12 to make 20 bucks. Four equal lows at the 31s. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. If it looks like it's going to reverse on us without any kind of move up, I'm glad you pointed that out because nice. We will go to break even. So we'll just make it a free trade. If it doesn't go, it doesn't go. Still have about 10 seconds left on this candle. It looks like it's kind of losing its volume the closer we get to the top of this gap here. Have equal highs at 37. We're not trying to be overly super greedy. This is just we're already at break even, so it's just for free trade. If we make 20 bucks, we're just trying to add on to our amount that we have already up. If we can make it up to 65, that should at least push us over $200 for the day. Yeah, it seems like there's so much more stress on you when you get so close to passing, Fred. I know what you mean. Trust me, I've screwed up accounts where I've been less than $100 away from passing. So that's why we're just trying to keep our risk as low as possible today. We much rather finish the day green. So there's really no reason for me to go on heavy. Not today.
Target filled.
All right. So that pushed us over $200 for the day. Another possible long, if you are into taking these inversion trades where you take the fail fair value gaps. The fake. Yeah, that's the only thing I hate about Twitter. There's like a every popular person has a fake person. Who are all the like who spends all the time to make all those like pretty girl Twitter followers? Like every time you click they follow you, you click on them. They follow like 4,000 people but like 4 followers. Oh goodness. I think those are probably like half my followers on my X account. So the trade we just took, that was kind of like a pivot trade. I just wouldn't look for too much of a profit. Just the fact that we have not broke this 2 minute fair value gap. We had a pretty big imbalance when we were selling off a while ago. And I probably won't take this failed inversion gap trade too if we do move up. I don't like the fact that it's got a 15-point stop loss on it, especially if you're someone who goes in heavy on those trades. Lafta, what trades are you taking to make all your money on? Are you just taking them all over the place, like as far as like the different markets? You feel honored that you were followed by the fake Elon Musk? I thought that was a given with the Elon Musk follow. I thought as soon as you sign up for Twitter, he automatically follows you. I know I have a couple fake ones. I know I got the fake Patrick Willis follower, the fake ICT follower. Um, I feel like there's one more. Yeah, that's pretty wild that you're following 5 markets at one time. Oh goodness. Yeah, I know what you mean. I was gonna take a break, but I think I may trade till 3 o'clock and just get off an hour earlier because I do have to go to work this evening. But we don't have to be at work very long, just till 9 o'clock tonight. Probably have to work a little bit more the rest of this month. Plus which I don't think I'm working much next week, but this week I'm working a little extra. Supposed to do the whole vacation thing next month. I work at just Amazon part time. So I do Amazon because I just do like the flex hours, so I can just work part time and do this during the day. And I also have rental properties that also help offset my income. Then we also have my wife, we have a hair salon business that she's been in business for herself probably since 2005. It took me about a year to put myself in a position where I didn't have to work as much so I could focus on this. So I mean, this is something that I had planned. At first I wasn't sure if I was planning on streaming. I more or less got into the streaming by just a methodical man. So methodical man just kind of helped me through the process. So hopefully, eventually, once I get to the point where you don't really make a lot off YouTube, you can probably make $200 or $300 making your YouTube channel. The key is to try to make money in affiliates. Then hopefully you can add on to that with payouts. So hopefully it's just a combination of things to get us by. I much rather do this every day than go slave to 8 to 5 or 9 to 6 or whatever schedule you're working. It's nicer just to chill at home all day. And this is the first time I've ever done anything like this. My whole life is pretty much, normal jobs like most people. Like, I did the college thing. I tried college. I even got a degree in business, but I don't think I ever used it. Then I'm also certified in HVAC or, heating and air. Never really used it either. After I did the school thing, I wasn't sure if I wanted to do it. So I just tell myself those are just kind of backup plans in case this doesn't work out. But I knew when I started this process, this is, not an overnight success thing. Most people spend 2 and 3 years before you finally find something that works for you. This is why usually I'm always appreciated with any information that people give me in the lobby. Yeah, it's all a combination together. If I can make more with payouts and affiliates, what it is the less that I would have to go work in the evenings or whenever at the Amazon. See, and plus, we didn't the last couple months. We haven't really made any money on our rental property because that was the one that got hit by the tornado. So, so for June, and we didn't charge any rent for this month, and so we won't start collecting rent again until August. Yeah, we have a lot of those around here, LAFTA Airbnbs. Uh, this where I live is pretty much turned into a like a tourist part where a lot of people come and bike and they go to the Walmart museums and so on. So get a lot of out of town visitors here. I mean, I guess it's good and bad, but they'd have made it so expensive here that, none of my kids can afford to live here. You know what? That's something I wouldn't mind doing one day is finding companies who pay decent dividends once a month or every 3 months. All right. So are we finally going to get that push where we can break out of this 2 minute fair value gap here? If I do participate, it'll just be one micro. Then we'll look into take it up to this level here. This will be our first internal swing. Lafta, how was your trading day yesterday? Did you have a good trading day yesterday, or did you stay out of the market because of how choppy it was? So for a long above here, for a short back below the pivot. And we also, someone called out, I think it was Chip, says we have equal lows down at the 31. So we easily we got four, actually. It looks like almost four equal lows sitting at the 31s. We also have equal highs, it looks like sitting at the 37s. It's pretty close. So which way does she go? I don't remember yesterday. I'm senile. Oh, goodness. Good afternoon, Henson. How's your day been going? So far, we've had a pretty good day. We've made close to almost $400 a day between one eval and one funded account. We're up 200 on these eval here, and for our funded, we're up 167. $167 on our funded account, which we decided to put it away. We don't want to risk any more of that. So we're just going to stick to our eval, and maybe we can find one more trade before we get off. We're going to just trade till 3 o'clock today. We're not going to do power hour. I was going to take a break in between and just come back and trade the power hour. But yesterday, I don't remember even really. I think I might have tried one trade during the power hour yesterday. How's your trading been going today, Henson or Hanson? Have you are you up today, or are you just now starting out trading the evening? Looks like we have equal lows sitting down at the right below the 50s. So I mean, you would think we'd move back to clear that out right here. Possible 10-point move to clear out these equal high or equal lows. Good. Small green. Well, it's better than walking away red today. We pretty much had, well, I had a small green day on my funded account yesterday, but we were red on the evals yesterday. But that's okay. They were the 90% off Bulanox evals, so I was being overly aggressive with them. All right, so we just touched those equal lows on the ES here, so we finally may get a little sell down quick. So we're about to hit the equal lows on the NQ here. And we also still have equal highs sitting up at the 37s. So just be careful if you are, going to participate short. For my short, I'm looking for us to move below the pivot here and find support at the pivot. Kind of similar to what we had over here, where we pushed below the pivot, the candle just came back and tapped the pivot, and that's kind of where I was looking for short earlier, and kind of looking for the same type setup. The first part of the morning, this Luke, it was, how do you say her name? Luke Fish. I'll just call you Salvage. How's that? In case I'm pronouncing that first part wrong. Yeah, this morning was rough. Actually, we did not have a lot of movement this morning. It was real grindy. All right, so we're at the pivot. And if I do take the trade, we'll just use the 2-minute candles, where we'll just trade the 2-minute candles.
Order filled.
We will give it a whirl. We won't risk, but maybe $20 on this trade. So we were at the 6, there 5. So yeah, $20. We got this first swing that we would have to get through for us to continue. Oof. Got to have the pivot hold. So this is why I just entered on 1 micro, just in case the pivot doesn't hold. So we'll be out $18 for a failed trade here. Uh-oh. If we start pushing back above this pivot, I may even kill it sooner. So this trade right here is just based on if the oh, okay. All right, so we'll move our so now we're only really risking 6 plus 4 plus 2, so $16 for this trade. So it may come back and get us. We're just trying to get out of it with the minimum loss if it doesn't move down.
Stop
All right.
build.
So we never could get past that first internal swing here at the 40s. So for anybody here that's taking these fair value gap trades, just remember if you do, because I know some of you guys are from Methodical Man's Lobby, and just remember this is a pretty big stop loss. I mean, you're looking at 15 points of stop loss if you were taking these inversion trades. So we did clear out the equal lows down here. We had quadruple equal lows. So that's what the small push down was. I was hoping we would get a little bit more. I thought maybe we could push down to this next pivot down at the 25s. And we also have equal highs up here at the 36s and 37s. Is there anybody else here that takes these failed inversion trades? Or do you guys just, some of you guys just watch Methodical Man take them? Ooh, man, it looks like it wants to go. Okay. I guess I'm not sure about what that one is. The MMXY ICT trades. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. We had a failed break of that 31 at the equal highs, then we're just having a strong push back up. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of new to me too, as far as the IE market makers. Hmm. Nice, Henson. So you took the short earlier from 53 to or 57 to 43. Man, that was a nice entry there. I got in early. It would have scared me to get in before the pivot. Or were you getting in based on the equal lows, maybe? Where we had equal lows down at the 50s. I'll have to look some of this stuff up just to. All right, guys, we're probably going to be calling in 5 more minutes. My wife needs me to go do something this evening before I have to go to work. But it's been a really good trading day. We're green all around on both accounts. Hopefully, most of you guys got to be green today. Found some good entries. I did take small losses here and there, but like I said, most of my losses are usually less than $20 for most part, unless we kind of go tilt a little bit. Everybody kind of has those tilt days in trading. So don't stress about it if it happens to you. All of us go through it, especially when we're trading evals. Yeah, my wife texted me. I didn't know she was watching our granddaughter. So how many different accounts are you trading salvage? Definitely like to give everybody a shout out for hanging out and stopping by today. It's been a pretty relaxing lobby today. Hasn't been overwhelming. Everybody's been super nice and respectful. Thanks for any call outs or useful trading information. It's always very welcome. I was definitely hoping we could get another push down over here, but okay. Trading 6 Apex accounts. Yeah, all of us kind of has those blown up days where we go a little off tilt. Most of my off tilts usually happen if I sit here and stream, not online. I gotta say that's probably the only good thing about streaming is you try to do your best not to blow up on least while streaming, unless you're saying, hey, I'm being super careless right here and going max contracts. So, all right, here comes that push off of here. Like I said, we may participate and just take it up to that first swing. But if we do, like I said, we're only going to be doing this on 1 micro because the stop loss is so big. Let's just make sure this thing's going to continue up. We'll look for see if we can get about 10 points. We got equal highs. I feel like it can make it. Oh, no. Got to get out of this trade. I actually entered with 5. I don't want to do that. All right, here we go. We got 1. We got 1 entered. So we're shooting for 10 points. Let's see if we can get 10. This is a inversion 2-minute trade. I'm probably not going to follow the rules all the way because I do not want to have freaking 25-point stop loss. That's massive. So we just entered on 1 micro and see if we can take it up for the first swing here. We do have equal highs up at the 37, so I'm hoping we can get a little push back up to the VWAP here, 36s. So if I was taking this probably on regular contracts, like I was saying before, I probably wouldn't take that just because you'd have to risk so much money on this trade. Because usually before I would take these with at least 7 or 8 micros, then try to take off as we move up. But I don't know, that's a lot. So this way we lower risk, just try to make a little money, nothing over the top. So if I follow the 2-minute candle rule, I could actually move my stop loss up to the 70s here and just risk $10 and take all the risk pretty much off the table. Just because it just looks weak, doesn't look like it wants to go. And if we start moving up, I probably will do that just to take my risk off. And that way we're only risking $10 for this trade. I think I will. So this way we're only out 5 plus 1, 6. So we're out $12 if we lose this trade. And we're just trying to make 20 out of it. We're not even trying to make a lot. So I was hoping the ES would push back up to the 37s. We have equal highs at the 37 on the ES. You would think it may want to go back up there and clear those out. Once we get to 80, we're just going to go to break even. Well, if we get to 80, we'll go to break even. All right, so we're still on the 2-minute candle thing. So now we're risking 4. So now we're risking $8 off of this trade. So the ideal is once this candle prints, you're supposed to move your stop loss to this next. This is kind of like the 2-minute candle strategy where you follow the candles up in 2-minute increments just to take your risk off the board. And I usually only do this as kind of when I'm scalping. Man, it seems like on every trade we've been in today, there's been no like boom, 10-second trade, 5-second trade. You have to sit here and just sit through this crap. Yeah, sometimes I have to do that too, salvage, just kind of resort to scalping. Do I know what? Know why what?
Stop filled.
Okay, so that one stopped me out. We didn't lose much. We lost $8. Uh, I don't know. It's been like every trade. If you were taking this trade normally, so let's just say if you were taking these uh fair value gap trades, your stop loss is supposed to be way back down here, but I'm not going to risk no 25-point move. Not on a grindy type day. All right, guys, that's going to be it for me today. I have a few things I have to do before we go to work this evening. I'd like to thank everybody for hanging out and chatting today. It made the day go by a lot faster, especially during our slow times. Hopefully everybody was able to at least find them a couple good trades and not over trading. I got to say that's probably one of the downfalls to streaming is it makes you feel kind of obligated to take trades just because, you don't want people to just sit here and just watch you do nothing for hours. Sounds good, Chip. Thank you, sir. So hopefully tomorrow I'm not sure if we're going to have the same type morning tomorrow because we also have Powell testifying again tomorrow at 10 o'clock. So we may have to sit through that. And I know CPI numbers or something later this week also. So we should have some pretty good 3-star news coming for Thursday and maybe Wednesday. I'll have to look and see. Thank you guys. We'll see you guys in the morning if you guys are stopping by. Have a good evening, trader. Have a gooder.